All right, hello, hello, hello. Back in Kerbal here. Um, Decided to start over just because had to fix some mods and everything else. This is so annoying. All right, had to fix some mods and everything else, so I figured that might as well just do that. All right, so working on some launch vehicles. Need to get space station kind of going. Ah, shit. Did that delete my? That deleted some of my builds. That's all right. Um, should be in the it's fine. It's easy to build this stuff. I thought I had saved. Maybe I didn't. Alright, so we're going to build up from here. Alright, let's save this. Alright, so let's go ahead and we'll make a new one here, and I'm going to build up space station. Try to decide how big I want this. Let's go play. Actually, I want to do this. Let's go over to the other editor. I'm trying to decide how I want to do this. I'm kind of thinking making a shuttle. So does this have a docking port? No, I don't believe it does. Okay. Kind of need to build infrastructure first, so. Why did those, shit, did that gear mod not come on yet? Damn it. My gear mod didn't come on yet. I gotta do that. I meant to do that, fix that. Trying to see what we can fit in here. Try to remember the control scheme of this is tough sometimes. see what that's got for fuel in it. It's got a fair bit of fuel and oxidizer in there. Doing vertical stuff's going to be the easiest, but still have mod problems too. On a propellant. It's 0.96. That'll probably do it if I add on the, you see where my I think what we'll do is I've been meaning to kind of do a bigger route. Symmetry's not on, is it? Huh. That's fantastic. Okay. Alright, so that's got some liquid fuel in there. My phone is trying to connect to GPS. I do not know. Okay, so these will be ailerons. These will be pitch. And then I'll probably need some sort of forward fin for that'll be yaw. I really wish I had the proper gear for this. But we'll change out the gear later. Do rapiers on here because I need the extra thrust. The hell are they? There's a 190-200. Those are 162, 190. Those are the scimitars. CG is a little bit far aft, but slide these up a little bit. That's looking better. We'll play with this. And I gotta go like this to see what the general delta V is. Probably on the kind of on the low side, so. Do that. Alright, Alright, that's better. What are we looking at thrust-wise? 1.11, that's not bad. Alright, let's play with this a little bit. Alright. 2 is going to be, where is toggle engine? Toggle engine. Toggle engine 3 is going to be switch mode and close the intakes. Alright, that's good there. Gear is going to be 6. Alright, there we go. We might not have enough pitch, so what I'm going to do is add pitch to those. We'll see. Alright, let's go ahead and launch. We'll check it out. It's actually pretty good on pitch. So the center of thrust is below the center of gravity, and kind of think back to Stormworks. By having the engines way back, there's so much nose up here that is resistant to causing a nose pitch up. So if you're going to have those center of thrust way below center of gravity, you want to have them further back so that the length of the nose adds more torque to keep the nose down. So we're burning just liquid fuel right now, and our goal is to get accelerated. So it's going to be a little bit of a time. It's going to take some time, which is fine. We're not in a huge rush. You see how slowly we're accelerating. Now we're going to have a payload in there, so we'll accelerate even slower. Might have to go 6 engines. But as we get up to a higher altitude and we have less air resistance, we'll start to accelerate. So we're only at about 5,000 feet. Actually, more than that. It's coming up on 9,000 feet. So, like when I'm flying my jet, you come down low, around 10,000 feet. There's enough air resistance where it really helps you to slow down. Like my plane struggles to slow down until you start getting pretty low. Like right now, it's showing vertical speed. If that's in feet, that's 1,000, 1,200. It's probably meters, I imagine. Actually. You know, speed doesn't look that fast, but we're doing a good 300 knots. So we are slowing down, which I'm not thrilled with, but probably going to need more engine. So kind of the goal with this craft is to get it up high, get it going fast, which probably need more engine to do that. Especially seeing that let's just make that executive decision that we're gonna need more engine, because just currently like I know that we're gonna need more engine just because we have no payload in there yet. This shit is so annoying. All right. I've got some overlay and it's blocking stuff. It's very annoying. So I'm trying to decide if I probably want to upspec the engines even more. That looks better there. All right. All right, so 2, adding these to 2. And then 3 is going to be switch mode. So they'll go to from air breathing to vacuum. And also we're going to do toggle intake. That cuts down on drag as these close up. All right. Check the balance. It lifts a little bit aft, that's fine. All right. Yeah, it's accelerating much better now. Forgot G will work for that. So yeah, we're accelerating much better now. Especially seeing we're going to have to carry a payload, so we need extra thrust. Yeah, this flickering's annoying. I got to figure out what's doing that. So now that we have excess thrust, we're going to want to try to climb out a little bit faster. And, yeah, we want to climb out faster and get up into that thinner atmosphere. We want to go as fast as we can. Because we're not having to carry oxidizer, which is heavy, because the engines are burning what's out in the atmosphere. And we're doing a good 600 knots right now, close to 600 knots. You can see like the sonic buffet coming off of it. Starting to slow down. I'm gonna just drop the shit. Don't get crazy with the pitch here, guy. All right, so now we're slowing down. Not slowing down that bad. I'm getting ready to light that rocket in the middle. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. All right, so I've lit the rocket. We're accelerating here. We're gonna be burning fuel a lot more quickly now. So as it's becoming lighter, the thrust is trying to push the nose up more. So you can see how it's trying to pitch the nose down. Because the center of thrust is below the center of gravity. And as soon as those engines die out, we'll switch them to the other mode. Alright, I don't like this behavior here. Okay. What the fuck happened there? That shit's annoying. Alright. We're just getting so light that the center of thrust being below the center of gravity is not going to work at that point, because now we don't have that weight holding the nose down. This is where it actually is important to understand the physics of what's going on. Okay. So that's just not going to work. Alright, I'm going to save this and then I'm going to start working on it. I'm seeing what I want to do here. Need to put an adapter on there that I like. Why don't you sit nice for me, buddy? Need to convert that to a roundy. Trying to find the part. That's it. All right. That's what I had on there, wasn't it? Yeah, that's what I had on there. All right. So I've got, from a pack, I've got these big Cutlass engines, which are big scimitars, essentially. That gets my thrust aligned with my center of gravity. Let's see what the numbers are on these. Pretty good numbers there. Broadsword 733. Alright, that's more what I need. That's more thrust, right? I gotta check this thrust. So that's 733, where that is, yeah, definitely more thrust. Symmetry would be nice. Alright, that's got a positive thrust to weight ratio there. Screws in my, Again, I just want to get it to work. We can play with looks later. Got positive thrust to weight. Let's go ahead and do... So that moves our thrust up in line, better in line with our center grav. And actually, that would be better. See how the center thrust a little bit higher than center gravity? As I put a payload in there, it's going to raise it more. So that will work out well. So what do you see? That's toggle. Okay, those are all good. So that should be 4. That's good. And then we want switch mode. Should probably be careful with switch mode because it goes from not that much thrust to a ton of thrust at once. And then we also want to do the intakes. And I need an intake for the center too. Okay. Yeah, I don't like that clipping there. All right, good. So that's all done. Let's give it a run. Stop pushing buttons. Cat's pushing buttons. All right. So we want to stay in the atmosphere and accelerate as long as possible to save fuel, because right now, if you look, we're sipping fuel and we're just taking out liquid fuel. We're making good acceleration now. So we're using the atmosphere here and our air-breathing engines to accelerate and get the speed up. So you see where I got good speed here, about half the speed we need for orbit. We want to get that as close as we can. We're starting to lose atmosphere. To be able to breathe. So when the engines die, what I'm going to do is press X and zero out the thrust, switch the engines, then accelerate again, because I don't want these have more thrust as rockets than they do as air-breathing engines. So I don't want it to flip us. That's where some people get confused with this game and other, Stormworks and whatnots. They're not thinking about the fact that you just added a ton of thrust, which is going to, push the aircraft. And so you got to thrust down sometimes. So you see we're losing speed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the thrust down. I'm going to switch them. And now I'm going to thrust back up. So now see how it was shaking the aircraft? Now, bringing it up slowly, it can maintain stability. All right, we're going to get up around 70. Bingo. All right. Now, we're going to lose speed. That's fine. We're still in the atmosphere, so it's... All right, we're going to plan a burn. All right. So that's pretty... that's 73, 74. That's pretty good. All right. Now I'm going to go to prograde. Got about 1100 meters per second of delta V. And we need 468 to circularize. So probably a hair low on delta V, but we'll figure it out. All right, so we have a 16-second burn. We'll probably start it up around, say, 10 seconds because I got to get the thrust up to full. All right, we'll go to maneuver node now. Here we go. All right. So now we're going to look, it's low, which is fine. We're going to go ahead and we're going to go to the radial out. I'm going to push this forward. And then we'll burn a prograde again. All right, let's go prograde. All right, we just need to push that out here so I can even look over here. All right, there we go. All right, we're circularized. All right, good. So we've got 640? 640 delta V left, so not a ton. All right, so now we got to think about how our center of gravity moved. So likely the center of gravity moved further aft as the heavy components that don't burn away the engines are in the back. So what we want to do here is we want to move it to forward. So we want to move as much fuel forward as we can. That's going to rebalance the center of gravity so that it's not too light in the we don't want that CG moving aft because we're not going to be in balance with the center lift anymore. So oxidizer's filled. Let's fill the oxidizer in here. So I'm moving the weight from the back to the front the best I can. Okay, that's not moving for some reason. See, this is a problem because I need this not to be imbalanced. It's not that big of an imbalance right now, but it's pretty bad. All All right, what's the balance on this one here? That is about 62. It's not bad. So, all right, that's pretty good there. All right, so that's empty. This is so we're just pushing the weight forward to get the CG forward. Now I can't tell. There is a mod where it will tell you essentially. We're just doing our best to push the center of gravity forward. All right, so that's going to make it so that this wants to fly straight and forward. So that's what we want. All right. How's electricity looking? Electrical charge is nothing. That's why we're kind of, I got to quickly do this. All right. All right, so I can put on infinite electricity because I'm still building this craft. All right. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to put a descent in here. That's 400. That's going to leave us 200 plus running it as jets shouldn't be too bad. So. All right. All right, we want to go retrograde. Now, the benefit of this is we can fly. We can also maneuver around, which is going to help us slow down. So it's a lot of, so we'll have 200 meters per second, but that's with us in jet mode. We switch to air breathing. That should be better. All right, here we go. See how it's wobbling around? That's because we're using the under engine rockets. We should probably stop using those and just use the center when we're in space because that's more in line with center of gravity. All right, now we're going to want to go prograde the whole way down. So we're going to flip around prograde. And now, hopefully, because we moved the fuel to the front, it's going to want to stay going forward. You know, I used yesterday the analogy of if you took a bowling ball and you put a stick on it and you threw it off a building, the stick's not going to go down. The bowling ball end's going to go down. The stick's going to stick straight up because the mass wants to go down towards gravity. And so if we have too much mass in the rear, what's going to happen is you're going to end up with this trying to fly backwards. And seeing as it's a plane and we want to fly forwards, that's not a good thing. So why does this keep turning crooked like this? I got the mass fixed. Ox 150/18. Yeah, those are about on par. So so we're doing 1900, so it's going to be hot on the way in. Because the more we could slow it down, the cooler it's going to be on the way in, because we don't need that much friction to slow us down. I'm going to go ahead and switch these to air breathing. All right, they're all air breathing now. And we don't have a ton of liquid fuel. We have more oxidized than we need. I'm trying my best not to upset it. So oscillation is helpful on getting the heat dissipated. You see how the oscillation kind of takes it out of the hottest patch. There we go. All right, very nice. All right. We're going to put it back on stability assist so it's not trying to follow that prograde node. All right, I'm starting to fly it. See if we can't get a landing on the first shot here. Be kind of nice. All right, there's the, so this is I don't know, maybe 15 degree. And then we do have the engines if we need them, so, which we likely will. We'll see. If I can glide it in, I'm going to glide it in. Don't have the yaw authority. I wish we did. Should hook my joystick up here. Flying. Yeah, we don't have the yaw authority. I wish we did, but it's not terrible. Again, it looks like we're going slow, but we're doing a good 200-something knots. I'm going to need to start adding some thrust, because I don't want to get really below probably minimum 80 meters per second, probably more like 100. So I don't have flaps in here or anything else, so. Like in my plane, we can pretty much do 210 at low altitude without any flaps. Any slower than that, we start wanting flap. I have very low thrust, so like you look at my fuel's 327. It really hasn't changed. Go gear down. Speed is really what I can't see. I'm looking for a lot of duplicate gauges, but I don't see speed, the one I need. change some key binds. But we're still pretty much, we're not quite gliding. I have a little bit of thrust I'm adding here. But yeah, about, I don't want to get any slower than 80. Slower than 80 is really not going to be good for stalling out. Especially if I bring the nose up. So keeping about 80, that's about 160 knots. I want to do it in first person, but I need the speed, and I don't see my speed. Let's see. Alright, I've got it. Horizontal speed, 69 meters per second. Alright, there we go. Yeah, so 60-something meters per second wasn't terrible, but I don't want to get slower than about 80, so I'm kind of watching that. Easy does it here. Easy does it, easy does it, easy does it, easy does it. I'm going to go in third person here. Problem is my controls are not what I would want. There we go. Alright. Alright, not bad. I'm going to run off, but that's fine. I forget what brakes are. I think B. Yeah, B for brakes. Alright. So not bad. So that was able to almost glide it in. So pretty good on that. All right, very nice. Let's grab this. Excuse me. Could I, okay, how do we get the recover vessel bit back? All right. All right, so that was good. We're going to go ahead and save this. I want to make some changes. Trying to see if I have a smaller piece to put on there. I want a smaller adapter. The adapter is on the big side. There's this one here. So this is the 2.5 to fuselage to adapter. Might end up needing to leave that. Yeah, I don't see anything else that will fit it. Yeah, that's all I really see. All right, what I'm going to try to do is put, let's see. So let's line these up here. All right. And that's 1.52 with a good delta V on it. I like that. That's good. All right. All right. Somehow symmetry got taken off these. That's annoying. Here we go. All right. There we go there. That's that. All right. Good. All right. So that was pretty successful. These are a little bit on the long side, I find. Those are a little small. I like these big ones here, but they, I don't like the way they end. I don't like the clipping, for sure. That's not terrible. And then let's do fin. We need a little bit more yaw authority. We'll put a third fin in there. May not need these, but we'll leave them for now. All right, here's the Mark II. I think we'll take a quick coffee break. I'll be back, and then we'll keep working. I'll be back. Alright, a hath returned. So, looking pretty good on this. I think what we'll start to do, let's see, okay, so we need some other stuff. Can I do this? Alright, let's get off infinite electricity. So we need, electrical generation. I think, so we need, RCS. Alright, so there's RCS on there. We need that. And let's see, we need some sort of solar. Okay, make sure that's not clipping. That's clipping, so we're going to put a limit on this. I can't limit these doors. Okay, these doors don't have a limiter on them, do they? Huh? Alright, that's alright. It's a little bit of clipping. I'm not a fan of clipping, but, Wish I could limit the doors. Alright. Okay. Alright, so that's that. Need solar. Need a solar panel I can retract. So let's go ahead, and I think I know the ones I want. Let's do these. So that's going to hit. So let's go. And these need to rotate, so I need to be able to not have them clip elsewhere. So that's actually pretty good there. I like that. Alright, nice. Alright, so that's most of what we need. Alright, so there's a docking port. Let's start building our first space station on here. Okay. Alright, so let's see what we put on there. That's the shanty habitation module. Okay. Does this have a... Okay, good. It's got a crew door there, so we can get into it if we need to. Let's see what else we need here. Then we need a command pod on there. That is the processing lab. Alright, so that's not too bad there. Still at positive thrust to weight ratio, which is important. Alright, so we need to start tarting this up with the stuff we need. Why is my phone? I'm going to disconnect my phone from my headset. Alright, let's stop pairing. I don't need you to pair headset. Alright, let's see. I got to check something at work real quick before I run out of time here. Okay, I gotta go. I hate it how Windows does these updates and changes shit. I really don't like it. So we're gonna need solar, mono, propellant. We need a bunch of stuff on here. I'm just gonna quickly do this work thing I gotta do. Close in 24 hours. Let me check that email. Yep, 24 hours, so I got time. I'm just gonna want to check this report real quick. Alright, I'm gonna check the mock bid. Alright, that looks good. Alright. Alright, so we need some solar. And RCS. Can't be this big because they're not going to be able to rotate off. Because I'm going to have something there, so. I don't want them or need them that big. I'm just kind of looking at the moment. Alright. That's not bad. I like that. Let's make sure it's not clipping. It looks like it fits just barely. All right. Remove it here. That's probably definitely not going to clip. Yeah, it doesn't clip there. That's better. All right. Let's move this up here. That's good. All right, so there's that. We need RCS. All right, that's good. That's good. All right, let's look at our crew. We've got all of them in here. And then we'll dump off 2, and then we'll go. We can put them all in the shanty there. That's looking pretty good. All right. See if there's anything else we need. We need some sort of communications. All right. All right, that's good there. So we've got comms on there. I think that's about it. It's probably about it that we need on there. So let's save this. With Space Station Alpha P1. All right, save that. All right, let's go try to put this up in orbit. All right, so I'm looking for somewhere around 80. 80, 85, 90 at the most, probably, kilometers. All right, so god damn it. Here, stand by. I put in the Kerbal joint reinforcement, and it's, it still doesn't appear to be working. It's pissing me off. I put in a mod that's supposed to stop this floppy bullshit, because the floppy bullshit is really very frustrating and stupid. It's like, nobody likes it. Everybody always hated it in game. It's just stupid. And I just don't get why they ever did it. It's just, it's moronic. It really is. And then, like, you put these attach points, and they're just fucking foolish. It's very frustrating. It really is. You know, especially you have something that looks good, and then it looks donkey because of this business. And these will stick. They'll come off, but they'll stick for now. All right, let's spawn it, see what it looks like. You know, you gotta put the space tape on there, and it's I put the mod on there to try to strengthen. Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. Okay, let's go. I think there's an option. I gotta read something. Stand by. Don't think it's over here. I gotta look at it. Let's go back to the. I gotta look up the thing on this. There's Kerbal joint reattachment. Let's see. Alright, I gotta look. How to use. In contrary to other KRJ versions, KRJ Next is no longer just reinforcing everything as much as possible. Many players are playing that's simply cheating and makes even the most unrealistic control display. That's why we now have different levels of reinforcement. You can now select the desired reinforcement level from the menu in game difficulty settings. All right, so we want to change that. All right, let's go ahead and launch it, and I'll try to see. It's in game difficulty settings. So see how it's floppy like, and it's just stupid. Let's see. Difficulty settings. All right, there we go. And then joint reinforcement. Reinforce weak attach. All right, reinforce weak. Attach notes strengthen not correctly. Stiffen vessels further. Adds a lot of very strong joints. Eliminate all movement between parts. All right, so let's go ahead and bring this back, and then I'll try to launch it again. And I'll go to unrealistic because it's silly. It's like you'd have mechanisms in here, and I gotta make fake bullshit. It's just I don't like it. It's very frustrating. Let's see. All right, accept, apply, accept. All right, let's try to bring it back. Okay, that's not really doing what I wanted then. All right. So it's still not really doing shit. All right. Try putting a bigger docking port in the back too. Yeah, see. Try putting a bigger docking port back there. How is that not working? Okay, because it's, I got it. All right. Because it's all adding all to the vehicle instead of there, so I gotta do this. I need to find a mod to fix this. It used to work fine. It's having problems now for some reason. All right, let's see. I don't know why it's not staying. But whatever. All right, let's give it a try. Oh, I need to bring it back. I don't have the action group set up right. All right, 2 is going to be switch mode. And also get rid of the intakes. So, bang, bang. All right, there we go. And then that should be 6 can be, I can get rid of those. That's fine. 3, let's do 5 is going to be toggle cargo bay. All right. Hopefully this is now better. We'll see. All right, so we're going to accelerate now so that we're going to use this the air-breathing engines to their best effect by getting us going as fast as we can forward. Before we have to switch over. Alright, so they're starting to lose their effectiveness now. And now we want to get out of this atmosphere as fast as possible, so we're going to start to pitch up. Because we're not using any oxygen, we might as well get out of the atmosphere. Let's go to, let's call it 90 maybe. Ooh, we're really hurting on fuel here. There we go. All right. Not horrific on fuel, but it's not great. So the reason we're doing 90 is by going out to 90, the closer you are in, the closer you're in, the faster. Oh, shit, we don't have enough delta V for this burn. Crap. Not gonna have enough fuel. What are we? How bad are we on fuel here? About. I don't want to cheat it up. Let's revert it back. I need more fuel. Let's go like this, and we can increase the size of the wings at the root. Why won't it let me do it anymore? There we go. So you see we're adding some fuel there. It's a little bit, not tons. All right, so that increased the fuel a little bit there. Not tons, but some. So a big part of this is our profile. Could put some drop tanks on here. So if we can get our profile, if we can get our speed up more in the atmosphere, this is now a mess here. Yeah, whatever. I'll worry about looks later. Do that for now. So, I'm trying to think, do I want to add more fuel or not? I don't really think so. Goddamn fucking symmetry. Every game that has symmetry, you forget to put it on. It's so annoying. All right, there we go. All right, so we've increased a little bit, so we can do some of this with profile by staying in the atmosphere longer. What? You try a same vessel interaction for the satellite. I don't know what you're talking about. So we can change our profile and oh, come on. We change our profile and we can try to stay in the atmosphere longer, get our speed up more. So I think that's what we'll do. So what we'll try to do is stay in the atmosphere longer and get our speed up to a higher speed, and that way we are burning more liquid fuel but less oxidizer, because we need all that speed to get us up to orbit. So the faster we can get while in the atmosphere and using our jets, the less we'll have to burn oxidizer, which that was our problem, is we weren't going to have enough oxidizer to make it. So before we were trying to go up at like 45 and then level, and we had to switch over to the rockets earlier. We're going to try to stay lower on the pitch angle here. Get our speed up faster. Because right now we're only burning liquid fuel, and we have lots of extra liquid fuel in here. And that's just for our jets. So we're going to go down to about 10 degrees now that we're accelerating. And we want to stay in this atmosphere as long as possible because our jets are very fuel efficient. Now we're coming up on 50% of the speed we need for orbit. And so that builds up a lot of speed. And if you look, this is going to start to drag out very long. So we're still accelerating nicely. We only need another 800 meters per second, really, to get orbit. You know, a nice orbital speed. So a lot of this can be fixed with profile. So you can hear them starting to slow down. All right, I'm going to kick them in. And now we're burning oxidizer, so we really need to be pretty efficient here. I'm watching here, we got 1400. We need to get this out, and I need enough for a circularization. So hopefully just a profile change will do it for us. We'll see. Like to get to 90, like I said. Let's try 80. 85. All right. 87, so pretty good. You see it coming down because we're still in the atmosphere, so we're slowing down, which is fine. All right, there's 83, 89. That's pretty good. Perfect. So as you see, just a profile change, we have 800 meters per second left. We only need 385. So we use the more, not necessarily fuel efficient, it's not really the right way to put it, but. All right, so right there is 86, 77, 85, 87. 84, 86. Stop, please. 80, 90. That's that. That's 90, 80. I don't want that. Let's kill this node. I'm going to make a new one here. $85, $87. That's pretty good. All right, so only 392. I'm going to get rid of this alarm. All right, there we go. That's pretty good. 392. We have 809 left. That's going to give us about 500. So if you use about 200 of that to deorbit, we'll be in good shape. So let's go ahead to the maneuver node. And we'll clean up our burn a little bit later. I'll get them much more accurate. So I'll try to do like 86, 86 if I can. All right, so let's do I'm gonna do a quick save. I can always revert. All right, so at about 7 seconds, so maybe at 9, I'll start going up. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get it close, and then I'll edit the burn to get it really close. Because I want a really nice circularized orbit. That's going to make it easier to go and join up with the space station. And then, well, since I'm up in space here, we're going to go ahead and we'll deploy our solar panels. Probably wouldn't want to do this while you're going to accelerate. You'd probably rip them right off. So we'll get the electricity back up. Shit, I gotta go here. All right. This doesn't need to be perfect. I can edit it with some different burns here. All right. So let's go ahead and look at this. 75, that's good. So let's go ahead out. We want to go out to radial out. And what that's going to do is I'm going to be able to push this apoapsis in front of us, and then we can do a new burn here. Like I could wait till I go all the way around and hit it here, or I could go radial out and get this apoapsis to slide in front of us, and then I can do another burn to get us. I want to get these pretty much on the money, 86, 86, both sides. All right, so let's go ahead and just gentle burn. And you see we're rotating these. So this one is going up. This one's coming down a little bit there. All right. So let's actually go all the way over here. We'll get this pretty perfect. That's what I want. All right, so let's go ahead and I want to just gently increase this one to about, I like 86 right on the money. Like I was talking about, the benefit of this is by being out at 86, if I go anything less than 86, 70 is about as low as I can go to still be in the atmosphere. I'm going faster at a lower altitude. So at 70 kilometers, I'm going quite a bit faster than the space station's going. So if I need to catch up to it, I can stay low and catch up. If I need to slow down and let it catch up to me, I can always go outside of it. All right, there we go. So that's about 86 there. And I can even use RCS to get this perfect if I wanted to. And once I get it, I can just use the space station and get the space station using RCS right where I want it. Doesn't have to be perfect. It's pretty silly that I'm getting this perfected anyway. All right, so now I want to push this one out. So we want to stay prograde. All right, we're going to go prograde here. And I'm going to get this one to be 86, 86, so pretty close. Doing this elliptical orbit isn't terrible, but the problem is it speeds up, slows down. This keeps it at a much more constant velocity, which just makes it easier for me to join up with it. And that's kind of the point of the space station, is for me to join up with it. All right, so here we're going to just give it a real gentle burn here. All right, bingo. So that's 86, 86. All right, so I like it, and that's damn close. That's within 100 meters of each other. So that's a real nice steady speed. All right, I like it. All right, let's do a quick save. All right, let's open up. I did 5. I keep pressing 3. All right, so I want to transfer Bill. Transfer crew, Bill. What's Valentina doing? She is a pilot. All right. Scientist. So we'll transfer Bob and Bill. All right, transfer crew. This is off screen, which is annoying. All right. All right, Bill. All right, so those two are in here, and then the other two are pilots. Let's go ahead and we'll change. I forget how to change through them, cycle through them. All right, this is her view inside of there. So I got to put in the interiors. The interiors aren't working. All right, that's fine. All right. All right, that's undocked. I'm going to switch to it. All right, we're going to check our orbit again here, so that's good. 86.1, 86.7, so that's not too bad. All right, so we got a good bit of monopropellant in there, and we're all set. So these two are in there. Okay, so I can see his has a view, the other one doesn't, so that's good. All right, good. So we've got that all set up. They're launched. That was a successful launch, so I'm going to go ahead and quick save that. We'll close this up. All right, I want to transfer as much fuel forward as I can, so let's go ahead and move this fuel in here. Again, that's trying to get the center of gravity moved forward. The heavy components are the engines there in the back. The fuel is throughout. We also get rid of that weight up front, so by moving this fuel forward, that's going to help me go ahead and stay balanced for landing. I don't know why I can't get liquid fuel in there. But we're trying to move as much forward as possible. That's going to help keep the center of gravity in line with the center of lift so that we don't have an instability problem. All right, so that's pretty well done. All right, we're looking pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and we'll warp to here. And then we'll put in a burn. So we have 503 meters per second left. We'll do a nice deorbit burn. I'm going to select retrograde, so it just goes to retrograde. And then the closer I get to there, the less heating we have, but the more thrust I need. So that's 500, so that's too much. I don't have that much. So we're going to go about there. That now needs 290, so that's pretty good. We're going to go to maneuver node. So that's going to use up about a half of our available delta V. Now we should still have plenty of fuel left. And we're using a good bit of aero braking here. Actually going to go to here. That's 330. That should be plenty. That's going to help slow us down a little bit more. It's going to strip more of our speed off here, which is going to help us slow down. And less heating. I'm just going to rotate us, get the sun. We'll try to get that solar back there. There we go. All right, we got our sun back in there. All right, so we're going to do our deorbit burn. This one doesn't have to be perfect, so we're just going to start heading. Because I can fly this in atmosphere. All right, there we go. We're going to go prograde. I need more monopropellant on this, so we'll put more monopropellant on this. So we have 168 liquid fuel, which doesn't sound like a lot, but with using jets, it's going to be plenty. Yeah, I definitely need monopropellant in here. So, all right, we're going to stow our solar panels. I'm trying to get us rotated so the belly's down. We're going to go ahead and switch our engines. Now they're air breathing. So I should hook my joystick up. My landings will be a hell of a lot better. All right, so now we're starting to go in. The music change. It's coming nice and flat and on prograde. So that weight put forward is going to help us stay straight. So we're not, if there's too much weight in the back of the craft is going to want to try to come forward and spin around. So understanding some of the basic physics of why these things happen is important. So I'm going to let it wobble a little bit. That's going to help me keep the temperature off. As you can see. Alright, there we go. So that cut a lot of so we're going to I'm going to start flying. And I'm going to cut the speed down. What is that? Oh, that's the trajectory point for the engineer here. All right, we're gonna come around. I'm gonna line back up for the runway. Take off stability. I had prograde on. Now it's stability assist. Okay, that was part of the problem. I was trying to maintain prograde instead of stability assist at this point. Alright, so now we're going to make another turn. These turns help to burn off speed. We don't really need to burn off speed at this point, but we need to knock down altitude, so. Alright, now we're coming around. If we can glide without actually using the engines, that would be great, but we probably need a little engine on this. We'll see if I can glide it in there. I should move the keyboard controls to what Kerbal is, what Stormworks is. Because it's got roll as QE, and what I want is WS pitch AD roll, and then left right as yaw. So we're probably going to be able to glide this in. Maybe not. I might need a touch of thrust. We'll see. It's close. It's going to be close. I don't want to stall out at the last second because I'm trying to glide it in instead of just flying it. I'm going to just a tiny bit of thrust. There we go. There we go. Nice. All right, very good. All right, good landing there. Pretty much almost a glide. I just didn't want to risk it for the biscuit. But good. We've got a. I like this. I like this vehicle. We've got a the start of our space station in orbit. Good. That was successful. We got 2 characters up there. Very nice. So this is a good. This vehicle works well. All right, nice. So we got the first part of our space station up there. I'm gonna go use the facility. I'll be right back. All right, so let's do a quick. Why am I in here? Let's go over here. I want to do an edit to that build. Let's see. This is it right here, right? Let's take that out, and then we need to add monopropellant. All right. How is this? How is this not snapping? It's annoying. Alright. That's a good bit of monopropellant added there. Alright, that's got some monopropellant in it, which we needed. So I added that monopropellant in there. So that worked pretty well. I didn't have any issues with this craft. It's working well. Just that we had not enough monopropellant was the main thing. All right, so we can launch another section of this. So let's go ahead and, crap, I already took that out. Let's go over here and try to recreate the space station we put up there. Should have made sub-assemblies. Yeah, I should have made sub-assemblies. That's fine. Before I did that. I'll do it right here. It's fine. Let's do this real quick. I want to rename this too. All right. Trying to think of a good name. All right, just call it Alpha for now. Okay, and then where did I put the? Okay, that's right. That needs to be extended. All right, good. That's extended. That's on. Let's turn the lights on in here. What's that? Oh, this is backpack. Okay. All right, I'm just looking at this. So it's got that top there, that bottom. Okay, so pretty simple, and then it's got those. All right, so we're going to kind of just rebuild it so I know what to add next and try to work on collisions, what's going to hit, what's not going to hit. So that's kind of what I'm looking to do. Science was the next section. And then we had that on there. Structural. We've got, what was the other one? This one here. And then solar, we've got maybe these. No, it wasn't those. It's bigger than those. These here. No, not those. Was it these? It was these. Okay. Do I have them here? Yeah, I think they were there. And then we had communications. We had this. Nope, not that. This. And it was only on two sides. Alright, so that's what we've got up there right now. So this is SS alpha. Alright, we'll save that. Alright, so that's what we got up there so far, and we'll go ahead and start adding to this. We'll launch up another section. And I wanna make the space station, and then we'll segment and part it out. And then this needs to be rotated because I had these all aligned. Alright. So now we kind of can orient properly. Alright. And then these telescope out. Like so. That's a habitation module. These are radial attach modules. So we're working on the center section here as well. That's kind of my main goal of the section. Let's do this for now. It's like fucking storm arcs, but I don't know the controls on this as well. So we're trying to work the center section next, and then so I know what to put it into orbit. Alright, and then I want probably maxed out on size here. So we might want to do a smaller. Let's see if that will fit. So we want to take this off. Let's get this finished up first. Alright, that's the center section. Comms, let's go. Alright, so that's that antenna there. I like that. Electrical, we're looking pretty good there. Let's put some mono on there. How much mono pellet's got? It's got 250. It's got a good bit of mono on it already. So utilities looking pretty good. won't this just sit the same? Because it's trying to do that is why. Okay. Doesn't like this side. Really doesn't. I already built that, so I can't put them there. Do that. Red's kind of sinister. That looks pretty good. That's cool. Alright. See what else we want on here. The cargo. Science. Anything I want to put in here? Thermometer, maybe. Track the boom there. Okay. Okay, that's good. This is going to be too big for me to put there, but I'm just playing with it at the moment.
GPS signal lost.
Why is my phone trying to navigate somewhere? Okay. Comms are good. Electrical's fine. Thermal, fine. Ground, don't need anything. Aerodynamics, nothing. Payload. LO looks good there. Coupling. Okay, I need to make sure that, let's see, did I put anything that's an actual control station on here? I don't believe I did. Don't really need it. Gets too big if I add this. If I were to add this on there, it would be too big. See if I have the space to add this. I might not. We're looking at, well, we might have space problems. I gotta look. That's going to make it remote controllable. So that's not bad as an X section. I need RCS. All right. So that should be alpha. Let's save that. All right. Now we want to go ahead and build a subassembly here. That's alpha lower half. Okay. Save that. All right. Those are saved as subassemblies. That's good. Jesus Christ. All right, that's alpha right there. So let's see if it will fit. We may not be able to fit it. Where's the one with monopropellant in it? That's the one. All right, let's see if we can add this on. It's probably going to be too big, but yeah, shit. All right. Going to be too big. Just barely. It's close. It's not bad there. All right. All right, so I'm going to play around, see if I can't get this more securely attached. Alright, so see if we can get those to attach. Alright. Okay, they're docked now. Alright, good. Got a Phantom Force, probably because that front is trying to connect, but we'll see. I should have checked to see where the space station was, but this should add extra fuel too, which we needed with that extra segment too, so. Alright, so this is, it's actually not terrible. So that's our new target. Oh, Jesus Christ. See how that looks. Alright. So we want to go low, so we want to go about like 71 at the most, and that's going to allow us to accelerate towards it. So going fast in the atmosphere is giving us a nice long trajectory here. So you see we're already like at least 2/3 of the way there on speed. And now I'm going to start going up, trying to drag my I want to get out of this atmosphere. The atmosphere is doing me no good. It's only causing me harm now because it's oh shit. So I overshot where I wanted to go. We're not too bad a shape here. All right, so let's go ahead and we want to stay low on this. So we want to get that out to about probably at most about 71. So that's 71. That's going to allow us to accelerate. So we like that. I didn't want to go up as high as we did. We're at 80, so that's just not helpful. But we can fix it on the other side. So we're going to use about half our delta V here. So I'm going to go ahead now. We can go to maneuver node. I could have waited till the space station was in a better spot, but I just kind of rushed it. All right, we got 25-second burn, so about half of that. So we'll say about 15. Because it's going to take me time to get the engines thrusted up. I'm watching this periapsis here. I want to get that to about 71. There we go. So that's 73, a little bit more than I wanted, but that's fine. So now if you look, we're going 2263, and this is going 2267. And as we get down here to the periapsis, we're going to be accelerating more than it is. So let's actually do this. Electrical charge. I need to get in here and open my solar panels. All right. So every time we go around, we're catching up now. Because right now we're going 2283. It's going 2268. So you see we're accelerating. I'm going to help speed that along by, we're going to go to retrograde here. I'm going to drop the other side a little bit. It's at 84, so. So right around the periapsis, I'm going to drop that down. It's from 84 down to, say, 71 if I can get it there. And this is going to accelerate the process here. All right. All right, there we go. So that's good, and that dropped us down pretty low. So now we lost our intercept node, which is fine, but now you can see we're going 2288, and it's going 2269. So we've got a little bit of a gain on it. So you see now we're catching up to it pretty well. All right, now the next one, we're going to try to get an intercept node going here. So we're never going to get an intercept node here yet. So what we need to do is we need to keep moving and getting closer. And then we can go out of it and have it catch us at some point. So see how we're catching it? All right, good. So now we've caught it. And now we're going to go and we're going to burn and we're going to go outside of it. And this should give us an intercept node. So right there is probably our closest intercept, and bingo, right there. So that's 6.7 kilometers. So that's pretty good. Let's go to maneuver. And we just need 0.6 of a burn to get there. So pretty, so 18 meters per second change is all we need to get that close intercept there. And you see, because we're on the inside of it, we're going faster. We're going 2294. It's going 2269. So we're going about 30 meters per second faster than it is. All right. So now we're going to be within 6.2 kilometers of it right there. So we're going to do a quick save. And on this side, 24 kilometers. So we're going to get over here where we're close. So as you see, our speed difference is pretty close. As we get close here, yep. So right there, we got a 6.2 intercept. You see we're getting closest there. And so what we want to do is I want to go anti-target. And so what we're going to do is our current difference in speed is 93 meters per second. And what I want to do is now match our speed so we're going the same speed. And once we're the same speed, our relative velocity is 0. I can start to head towards it. All right, so once we get there, I'll start thrusting, and that's going to get our relative velocity to be hopefully around 0. Yep. Why is that? Oh, shit, I want it retrograde. God damn it. I picked the wrong one. I gotta get over retrograde. We're still fine. I can do it from here. It's just, that's not the exact closest we were. See the distance is increasing, so it's not as efficient. It's fine. Like if we go here, you can see it's right there. All right, we want retrograde. I didn't want anti-target. I want a retrograde. And so we want to get this, our relative velocity to 0 so that we're about going the same speed relative to one another. All right, so I want to go now to target, which is going to point me directly at the space station. And I'm going to turn on, and I want to now go, I want to start thrusting towards it. All right, so there's about 10 meters per second. Now, all right, so now that we're going towards it, we should get a new intercept node right here. I'm going to go a little bit hotter there, and we're going to get that closer to one another. You see how that's coming in? All right. Now we're too far enough away for me to use RCS to get close. So now we're getting close to one another, and I need to go retrograde again. That's going to be our new closest point. It's 3.6 kilometers, so much closer. And I'm going to zero out again when we get there. And once you get really close, I'll be able to put this prograde retrograde on the target, and that will essentially, I'll be able to do it with RCS. It's just we're too far away, and the divergence is too much. All right, so we're going to do a quick save again. All right, so now as we get to our closest point, I'm going to zero this out again, because we're only 3.6 kilometers away now. If you can see it, where are we? I don't see it. It should be ahead of us somewhere, right there. Okay. All right, so we're going to slow ourselves down here. So our relative velocity, we're going to get down close to 0. All right, so now we have a relative velocity of 1 meter per second. And I need to go to target. All right, so now again, I want to get us closer. So we're moving away at about 1 meter per second. So I'm going to move us towards it again. All right, that's got us at 2.1 kilometers. Let's get us a little bit closer. All right, that's got us at 1.5 kilometers, so we want to go retrograde again. Got a lot of monopropellant, so I can use it to help me maneuver. So eventually, once we get close enough and our relative velocity is pretty low, I can use my RCS to get that lined up. But right now, we're just too far off. All right, so quick save again. Right about there is where we want to be. All right, so right there is where we're going to be our closest. All right, I want to go to target again. And we're going to thrust towards it. So we're 1.4 kilometers away. All right. So I don't want to go too fast towards us so I don't hit it. I'm going to go retrograde so I can slow us down and stop us. We don't have that long before we're within 700 meters of one another. It's about probably as close I want to get. You start to see it. You can actually start to see it. No, thank you there, Matt. All right, so once we get within about, we get here at 7 kilometers, I'm going to try to get that relative speed definitely down to about 0. So we'll use RCS, we'll use everything we can, we'll try to get right on it. All right, so we're nice and close there. All right, here we go. And so now you see we're close enough. I can move that retrograde node with my RCS, and I can get it right on the money. Now, when it gets close, it's going to be real finicky because we're really close to being stopped. There we go. So we're at 0.1, so we're pretty damn close. All right, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to shut off my RCS. I'm going to go to target with just reaction wheels. And I'm going to go real slow and just take my time to get there because I'm going to aim right at it. So if I could do like 1 meter per second, I can easily slow that with RCS. So I'm not going to use my engines anymore because it's just too powerful and I have to spin us around every time. I have contemplated at some points putting some forward-facing rockets so I don't have to spin around. All right, so now what we're going to do is I'm going to use my engines real quick just to get us going there. All right, so that's 1.4, and now I'm going to use RCS. I'll do one more retrograde burn. Let's see where we're going to be. So we're going to be within 0.6 kilometers there. So 600, so about where we're at here. We're not that far off. All right. Let's go prograde. Let's go actually target. And I'm going to try to get the prograde on it. Where are you doing? What am I doing? I am putting a new part of my space station on there. All right, so I'm going to try to get this retrograde node on top of the target. So you see how I'm moving it up gently? I'm trying to get it on that target node there. If I can get those to match, which I'm just about doing now. All right, now we're moving 1 meter per second towards it. And I'm going to try to get that node matched up. So we're essentially translating to get me right on the money. So right there, you see how I have the green lined up with the target? We're headed directly to it. So we got to be careful. We're going to try to use our RCS to slow us down. But I'm going to go ahead and actually shut off my RCS right now. All right, RCS is off. And we're headed right to it. So if we look where we're going to be close, we're going to gain again. That right there is 0. So at this point right here, we're going to be touching. So we're going to be careful. So I'm going to do a quick save. I'm going to kick on RCS to get us about perfectly on. So we're going slow. We're going 1 meter per sec, 1.3 meters per second. So in 5 minutes, we're going to be completely touching one another. It says 0.1 kilometers, so 100 meters. So I'm going to go ahead and start to accelerate. All right, so now we're looking good. All right, so I'm going to use my RCS here. I'm going to get that green lined up. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start slowing us down. We're doing 2 meters per second towards it. All right, now I'm going to start slowing us down. Oh, shit, don't do that. Come on. All right. So we're about stopped here. All right, good. So we're going to go ahead and do a quick save. All right, now I should be able to remotely control this. Let's see. All right, there we go. We're loose. All right, so now we're controlling this. So let's go ahead and turn on the RCS, turn on the SAS. All right, I got to see where I'm going here. All right, so here we are headed out. Now we're going to change where we're controlling this from. So we're going to control it from here. All right, so that's where we're controlling it from. We're going to go ahead and we're going to set that as target. All right, we're going to go spin around to target. All right, now we're going to move our relative. So we're going to line that up, and we're going to start going towards it. All right, so we're starting to move in. All right. This is where I wish the docking port alignment indicator was working, but it's not. So. All right, so here we go. We're coming in for a docking. And we'll dock. Bingo. All right, we're attached. All right, good. So that sets that up. Let's go ahead and we'll extend our panels. Go ahead and extend our antennas, or our comms rather. They're antennas, but. Go ahead, we can open this up if we wanted to. Turn on our lights. These can be lights on and deployed. All right, very nice. That is now connected, so we've got the main two portions connected there. All right, it's good. So we've got the main two, no, thank you, sections going on here. So these are going to be docking ports for attaching ships, this as well. And then this is going to be more station off those two sides there. All right, so let's go ahead and transfer over to here. Let's go ahead and close up. All right, let's go ahead and let's see what we have. So 282 Delta V left. Not a ton, but again, a lot of this is liquid fuel, and or some of it's liquid fuel. We don't have a ton left. So we're gonna get ready to deorbit. So let's warp there. Let's go to retrograde. And I'm going to put in a, we got to have a pretty fuel efficient join here. So let's go about there. That's going to be 246. That's just barely going to be enough fuel. So let's go like that. So that's probably better there. All right. We don't want target. We want orbit now. So. We pretty much glided in last time. But we'll see if we can glide in this time. So there's the space station. We got to be careful. We're slowing down. We'll watch it go by us, which would be kind of fun. So you see it's going to go flinging past us. There it goes. Because we're slowing down, it's staying where it is. So you see, we're slowing down. It's going past. We shouldn't need much engine power here to get us onto the land, so we should be pretty good. All right, that's pretty good. All right, we're gonna switch them. All right, they're now air-breathing engines again. Retract. Retract. The important one here is let's go prograde. So that's a pretty good amount of monopropellant we had in there. All right. All right, so now we're going to go in to prograde. I need to move my fuel. So again, I want the weight toward the nose so that it still lines up and that the craft is more likely to go in nose first because we don't want it flipping around. So get the mass towards the front. All right, now we want to pin that one. All right, we're moving our oxidizer forward again, trying to move that mass forward. All right, very nice. All right, so that's got our weight shifted forward quite a bit now. Okay. So I got us time warping here until we start hitting atmosphere. All right, can we still see the... so there's the space station right there. Wish I had my joystick hooked up. What do you press to switch ships, the brackets? Left and right bracket. All right, RCS is going off. I'm going to start doing some aero braking here to turn around. Because we need to head back anyway, so. I'm just going to go stability assist. So it's not fighting me. All right, there we go. Starting to slow it down, and we'll start moving ourselves back around toward the space station or the launch area. I think we have too much forward here. I need to start moving this in the back here. Yeah, my nose is a little heavy there, so I'm starting to move it backwards now that I don't need it up front for re-entry. So now you can see I can pitch the nose up better. So I get the center of gravity back where it needs to be. All right, we're gonna have to do some engines here. We don't have a ton of fuel. I gotta be careful with this. I way overshot too far out, so I gotta be careful. Could land us on the island. Could land us over here. But get the orientation of the island, though. I can't tell the orientation of the island. Okay, I see it now. Could always just turn on infinite fuel to get back because we're close, and again, I'm still trying to test this. We got a lot of oxidizer. We need more liquid fuel, less oxidizer, so got too much oxidizer, not enough liquid fuel is kind of the deal. I think that's what I'll do because I need to know how much fuel I actually need. So I'm just going to do this. Yeah, I'm going to put on infinite propellant for now. That way I can see about how much I actually need. So probably like 250 liquid fuel toward the end will be plenty. I also way overshot, but I didn't want to have to do another orbit, so. Last time I came in, and did a corkscrew down, so that's what I want to do. So about 250, I think, so I can decrease oxidize or increase liquid fuel. The other thing I can do is I can have some liquid fuel tanks just for coming back and re-entering and landing, and then I can shut them off so they can't be used in flight, so I know I have them. That's probably what I'll do. Yeah, probably 250, 250 liters. Let's say 450 to be safe. And we'll see how much oxidizer I have. I have 2460 oxidizer, so I have way too much oxidizer. So one thing I could try to do is get rid of some oxidizer and just change it out for liquid fuel. Probably what I'll do. Is that my speed under there that I can't see? I'm trying to look for my speed, and I can't see my speed. It's up above, but... Let's go to surface. I don't know why we have re-entry effects going on here with at 64 meters per second. We're only doing like 120 knots, so the thing that's annoying is the controls right now are screwy to me, so I gotta, here, let's do this. Let's go settings. Can I do them in here? I don't think I can. I have to do them elsewhere. Problem is I can't see my speed and I need it. We'll put some aero brakes on here too, maybe drag chutes. Okay, that's why. This is reading differently. Okay, I needed this number because my speed was screwed. It's showing 30 meters per second, which is pretty damn slow, but it was actually faster, so. You know, kind of like what I was doing with Stormworks. I'm going to start writing down notes, and each play session, I'm going to start adding the things I need. So I need air brakes, less aux, and more fuel. Okay. So good. All right, nice. So that was not my best. Oh, thanks. I'm glad. Appreciate the kind words there, Matt. All right, good. Let's see. That's good. All right, so get in here and take a look at it. All right, that's a goner. Let's save this as. I'm trying to see what I want to call this. Heron. All right, we'll call it Heron. Mark 1. All right, Heron Mark 1. I'll save that. All right, so we have too much oxidizer. So right here, this is liquid fuel oxidizer. Liquid fuel oxidizer, that's 5, 6. So probably if we were to cut off, so 597, 572. Let's see, 597, 572. So 597 plus 572 is 1169 times 2 is about 23. So if we get rid of all this oxidizer and just go liquid fuel, we should be good. Liquid fuel, liquid fuel. That's all liquid fuel now. So that should do us pretty well. Now let's see how much those monopropellant tanks are. Those are, let's see, 50, so that's 200. What's this got in it? That is 360. All right, good. So that's a new monopropellant tank. That looks pretty good. Let's save this. All right, so that looks pretty good. And then one thing I might do, so let's go to engines, and one thing we want to do is, I was going to say, do I want to put forward retro engines on here? I might do it. So essentially one thing you can do is, so instead of thrusting with my big engines, I can use these. I can use something like this to as retros, so that when I'm trying to slow down, I can just use these. They're pretty fuel inefficient. Let's see what these, so I'm using these. In the vacuum, these are 330s. What are these looking at? These are 290s. These got a lot of kilonewtons on them. Let's see what the kilonewtons are on these. These are 820. What are these? These are, just saw them. That's 290, and it's got 17 thrust in the vacuum's 2 kilonewtons. So 2 kilonewtons is never going to do it. That's 120. So essentially what these would do is, instead of me, let me do C here. So when I want to slow down, you know how I keep having to flip backwards? I'd be able to not have to flip backwards. Oh, let's put them back here. I would not have to flip backwards. I would use these retros, and then I can face forwards the whole time. And I'd have to switch engines. So let's see. So let's see. Let's add an action group on there. So these are 3 of the retros. Sounds good. Thanks, Matt. Have a good one. All right, so we'd activate the retros, and then instead of using the other engines, we would use these retros to slow down. And that's for like, so like what you saw me doing for a while there was I was facing the space station, then I'd flip around, face the other way. This way I don't have to face the other way. I can stay facing one direction. So those are the retros. And I could toggle these engines and then just run retros. And then for brakes, I'm going to add some air brakes. Alright, we'll add that to the brakes. What? I want shit. Brakes is gonna extend them, that's fine, okay. Extend them, alright, let's see, if they stop, if they come back. Because I want toggle is what I want. Alright. So if I get off the brakes, they don't come back. That's not what I want. I want them toggleable, but they don't seem to be toggleable. Good. So we got a good couple in orbit. Yeah, I wish they would toggle. Yeah, it seems like an oversight that those don't do that. Yeah, it's annoying. If I do them as the same, let's do 9. There's toggle now. Okay. Okay, so I could toggle them off something else. All right, that's fine. 9 will be toggle. All right. They toggle there, but they don't toggle on the brakes, which is weird. Yeah, huh. Okay, all right. And then we'll do a shoot. Let's see how well this stops us. Yeah, I'm trying to get better, this to stop better. Once I hook my joystick up, I'll be able to land better. It's just kind of funky at the moment. Doing a pretty good job of slowing it down, so. Not really. Okay. You got going pretty fast there. I don't want to go that fast. I'm landing about 60, so let's go ahead and do about 60. We'll go to 60. Oh, it was working on brakes. Okay, I don't need to add it to brakes. That's why. Okay. And then I can add retros too. All right, there we go. That's pretty good there. All right, nice. All right, let's revert to launch. I just want to check the brakes. How's it going there? Owl, how are you? Okay, yeah, so brakes is automatically doing it. That's why they weren't having a toggle option. That's good. So I can add those brakes elsewhere. That's good. All right. Very nice. All right, good. Let's get that back to the oh, I don't want to go to launch. I wanted to go to the hangar. Oh, very nice, Al. How are you? All right, good. Let's save that. So that's good. I like this. That's adds some good systems to it. All right, let's switch to the other editor. All right, let's load up Space Station Alpha. All right, let's add another wing to this. So that's an inflatable section. Looks a little big for it. Okay. We got a processing lab already. What's that? Delphi Science Module. That's huge. That huge. Alright. Huge. 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 I don't have that on there, do I? No. It's not the same as that, is it? No, that's different. Okay. Structural. Let's do a command. We need a command part on here. Okay. Alright, so that's, I think, a good wing on this. Alright, so we gotta start putting some other shit on there we need, some solar. That's good, I like that. Alright. Comms. That's good there. That's on a ladder, I don't want it there. go, I like that. I didn't know that one was sticking over as much as it is. Why does that look like it's sticking over? Oh, because it's high. There we go. Alright, let's see. Does it have monopropellant in it? It needs monopropellant. Electric charge. No monopropellant. So it needs that. Alright, there's monopropellant. And then we need RCS. Alright, so there's RCS on there. That looks pretty good. And that's remote controllable. Alright, good. So that's alpha. Let's go ahead and we want to do subassembly. So that's going to be alpha starboard wing. Alright, alpha starboard wing. Alright, nice. So let's switch. Alright, let's load up. Alright, and let's get this in there. So we got the alpha starboard wing. Okay, so we had plenty. We could still extend this if we wanted. Let's go back. Extend this. It's got space, so. I meant to go to science. There we go. I didn't open up the boom on that. Let's see. It should be fine the way it is there. All right. All right. Let's go over. All right. Okay. What's up here? Music just stopped. Um, do I have all of these on 5? Yeah, all 3. Okay. There we go. All right. All right. Let's go ahead and I gotta see where. All right. So that's saved. Let's go to the put up this last part, and then I'll probably jump off. All right. So we want to get the space station right about here. And actually, well, let's get it. Yeah, that's probably fine. All right, that's good right there. All right, let's spawn it. All right, it's very floppy doppy because of that. Let's bring it back. I'll get it fixed with, I'll put a junior and that we can actually attach. That fixed up some of the stability problems last time. Let's go. It's right about there is probably pretty good. And then I want to go to coupling. I want to get this junior attached on here. I want to go right about there. Can't really see for shit. Nope, that's upside down. Okay. All right, and then we want to move this in line with it. Come on. Same goddamn problem we have with Stormworks. These arrows blow. Oh, I hate the arrows with a passion. There we go. All right. So now those should join up. Okay. All right. A little bit further back, maybe. Right there is good. All right. Those should join up now. Let's save that. Launch it. All right. All right, those joined. All right. All right, so let's go ahead. We'll select our target. All right, let's go ahead and turn on stability assist. 1. So it's doing like a phantom force pulling us. That's fine. Again, like people think it's a Stormworks thing. It's like, yeah, phantom forces are in a lot of games. It's like, gotta be careful not trying to over control this so I don't break off the wings. Like that. Because again, I put on this mod to strengthen the joints and it's not working. So it's a freaking annoying. Might need to restart it to do it, but I don't know. It's annoying. That was just an absolutely obnoxious part of Stormworks that didn't make it, or Kerbal, that it doesn't make it any more fun. It makes it less fun. And those goofy assholes who were making Kerbal 2 thought like, hey, let's add in wobbly rockets that everybody hated because it's nostalgic. It's like, no, everybody hated it, man. How about you not do that? How about you, like, you know, make the rockets strong like they would be IRL instead of doozy bullshit. What I would have liked the Stormworks devs to do instead of Anymaker, which Anymaker's fine, it's just like I would have loved them to do a space game, but with Stormworks is building. Because like you could make whatever craft you wanted using the block system that we already have in Stormworks, and then the logic would be fantastic because you could easily do something, for example, you know, you set your altitude you want to be 0, and you it would automatically thrust your engines to stop it, you know, and land. And you can do auto lands and some really cool stuff. All right, so right now it's behind us. It's going 22 and we're going 1,000, so it's catching up to us quite rapidly. But we got to see if it's gonna catch up or not. So we'll see. Probably do some sort of parabolic. Up shit. I've got infinite fuel on. Let's revert to launch. I gotta shut off infinite fuel. Damn it. I put that on to land the last one. That's not right. Okay, good. So you can see the target coming up behind us there. So I'm just going to do warp to try to speed us up here. See if we can see our target. Should be quite a bit behind us. Should be back there. We got to be real careful with doing time warp here, especially in atmosphere. I've gone back to out of time warp. So right now we're going to be slower. So likely want to stay in a low orbit, and then we need to speed up to match it. All right. So now this is at 2269 and we're at 1400, so we want to go inside of it. We're going to go to like 71. All right, there we go. All right, and then let's set our rendezvous. Should be able to get pretty close here. All right, and then let's see where we can get there. Oh, nice. We can get pretty close here, right off there. Let's see. Nice. We're able to get pretty damn close right here on this one. What's that? 4.8 kilometers. Pretty damn good. All right. And we need, perfect. So that's about half our fuel to get a rendezvous. So that's pretty good. We got a good bit of monopropellant. Our liquid fuel oxidizer is much more balanced. So let's see if I can see it. So that's it right there. So we're 52 kilometers away from it right now. I'm going to go ahead and go prograde. Oh, shit, retrograde. Maneuver node. Just go to the maneuver node, dickhead. All right, so we got 33 seconds. So let's say 20 seconds ahead of time, we're going to go ahead and start thrusting. So now, as you can see, we're lining up, and now we're in the inside. So we're going, once we power up, we should be faster than it. So you can see us accelerating now. And so we should end up going, we'll end up being a little faster at the moment. Okay, and then let's go ahead and go. I'm going to get these tightened up. Bingo. All right, so essentially what's happening here is we're going to be going faster because we're on the inside track. And then, as you can see, we're going outside of its track, and that's going to slow us back down. So right now, we're at 2,300 meters per second. It's at 2,268. And then when we come out here, we're going to be doing something slower. And then it's going to be going faster, and so that's going to allow it to catch back up to us. All right, so we'll do a quick save. Let's go ahead and we'll warp around. And so as soon as we start to get outside of it, on the outside track here, let's compare our speeds again. So we're going 2235. It's going 2267. So now we're going slower than it is. We're going to go ahead and we're not going to do anything right now, but we're going to go to retrograde. And when we get here, we're within 3 kilometers of it. We're going to reduce our relative velocity to 0. So now you see it's going faster than us. It's catching up. So I'm having us go retrograde, and then we're going to be within 3.3 kilometers. We're going to get our relative velocity right now is 52 meters per second. Try to get down to 0. Oh, electric charge is almost nothing. I have to get my solar out. There we go. That would have been gross. All right, now, yeah, just in the nick of time. All right, so now we're in the retrograde node. So notice how we're crooked because we're not racing it on the exact same orbit. So we need to slow it down. You know, we're moving diagonally, so we need to slow down diagonally here. So yeah, I've just got the solar panels out in the nick of time there. So that's 679. So we take that 48 off of there, and we're going to have like 630 something after this burn. All right, we're going to start cutting our relative velocity down now. All right. All right, so pretty close there on our relative velocity. If we look here, we're going to get within 3.6. So we want to go to the target, and we want to face the target. Now, I'm going to try using my retro rockets there so I don't have to keep flipping it. So I'll shut off my other engines with the 1 key, and I'll turn on these. And that way I don't have to face retro. I face prograde and just fire the engines backwards, essentially. It's going to make it so I don't have to flip this around anymore. So in the initial one, I did a flip to use my main engines, and then after that, I don't have to. All right, so now you see we're 3.3 kilometers away. We want to head toward the target. All right, so there we're going 11 meters per second toward the target. And as you see, that just cut our distance from 3 kilometers down to 1.5. Now, if I could drag this up, which I don't think we're close enough. Yeah, see, I'd have to do too much to get the course to change. So we'll do another quick save. And I'm just going to do this. Let's go to Stability Assist. I'm going to try to manually drag this up if I can. Let's see where we're at there. So we're at 1.1 kilometers. I'm going to try to bring our nose up here to get that dragged up even more. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to prograde. I'm going to shut off these engines, and I'm going to turn on my retros. Oh, shit, they're monos. God damn it, I didn't know they're monopropellant engines. We might not have enough monopropellant for this. These are monopropellant engines. I didn't know that, so that sucks. All right. And we're looking to get as close as 700 kilometers, so I'm going to go ahead and start arresting this. Yeah, I was going to burn too much monopropellant doing this. Oh yeah, I was going to burn way too much monopropellant doing this. I meant to put in regular liquid fuel engines. We can see how this works for us, but I'll be able to do it, but it's burning a lot of monopropellant. All right, there we go. All right, so now we're down pretty low relative velocity here. I'll turn on infinite monopropellant if I need to, just because, you know, I had enough monopropellant to do my maneuvers, and I just screwed the pooch on this one. All right, so now let's go ahead and let's go to target. Yeah, they're monopropellant engines. I didn't know that. I meant them to be regular liquid fuel oxidizer engines. So maybe 300 meters, something like that would be good. All right, and now I'm going to move this. All right, and let's go to retrograde. Because I had so much monopropellant, but not to be doing burns. I had monopropellant just to do maneuvers. So I'm like watching it there where my monopropellant is. So let's see where it's going to get us to. That's getting us to 400 meters. So I'm just going to let this get close to 400 meters, and I'm going to do the slow burn. All right, there we go. All right, here we go. We're going to stop our relative velocity. All right. So see how rapidly that's moving? It's because we're so slow comparatively that the delta is huge. All right, so now we're down pretty much stopped. All right, so I'm going to do a quick rotation on us. We've got 39 monopropellant left. All right, let's go ahead and open up. All right, let's do a quick save. All right. That's the, all right, let's go ahead and we will undock there. Undock there. Switch to this. We're going to control from here. All right. All right, I need to go infinite again because of this bullshit. That was my error that caused that, so I'm just going to... All right, there we go. I'm going to go to target. I don't have a target set, do I? All right, alpha's now the target. Let's go to target. Because it was so the other thing too is I should have shut off. So if you look here, there's a disable crossfeed. That would have made it so that it didn't eat the monopropellant out of here, and I let it eat the monopropellant out of there. So I should shut that off before I take off, so it doesn't eat any monopropellant out of this system here. All right, all right. So we're headed towards it now. And we can look at our rendezvous to see where we're going to be. So 200 kilometers is as close we get before we make a change, but that's easy. So what I'll do is just do this. See how, and now that puts us at 0.1 kilometers. Because that was the drift, so. Yeah, because this only held, what, 40 monopropellant? So, yeah, 40 monopropellant. Those are 20s each. Which probably would have been plenty if I didn't accidentally put on monopropellant engines instead of liquids. So I'll put that in my notes to fix. So let's do, so replace mono engines, mono retros. All right, so that's easier than flipping the craft around constantly, is to use retros, but I need to make sure they're liquid fuels. So see how I'm putting that green right on the target? That's going to keep us aligned. That's going to fix the drift. So right there, we're at 0.1 kilometers. All right. All right. And I'm going to change where this is attaching. It's supposed to attach here. So that's the new target, not the main body. All right, so now what I want to do is get that lined up, and I want to start slowing us down. Actually, what I'll do is I'm going to purposely get us off track here. As you can see. And you see it's going to keep turning us to face the target. There we go. All right, so we're moving away from it now. And what I want to do is now thrust towards it. Now we have a positive, so we're going at 0.4, so not that fast, about half a meter per second. Start slowing up. All right, so now we're down at 1 meter per second. And I want to rotate this more. It should be like that. Which way is which? Okay, that's good. There we go. All right, we're on. So that's a little bit crooked. Little bit crooked, so... There we go. All right, we're joined up. That looks good. All right, perfect. And then I forgot to extend something. Where is it? Right here? And there we go. All right, nice. All right, very nice. Yeah, that's starting to look pretty good. Got a bunch of nodes to hook onto. So this is going to get another arm coming down here. And we have plenty of docking areas. So there, and on the other side. So I'm liking it. It's coming along really nicely. Oh, thank you, thank you. So let's go ahead and bring this back. And I'll keep infinite fuel on until we get the until we're done with monopropellant, because that's where our issue is, monopropellant. All right. All right, so we have 600. Actually, let's take that off because I got to do a deorbit burn. So let's warp to here. Are you planning to send fuel tanks? Yes. Yep. So one thing I added, I call it a give a penny, take a penny tank. And so it's like when I have extra fuel in my ship, I'll donate it to the station so that when a ship has less fuel, because like sometimes if I bring a small payload, I can bring extra fuel or I save extra fuel. I might as well get rid of it and not bring it back. And so I'll give it to the station. And then if I have a ship that say it's the exact same ship, but it's taking a heavier payload, it's going to burn more fuel. It's going to need fuel to get back, and so that way it can take some out. And then what I like to do is I kind of do a tug control unit lander or station, whatever I want to do. And so when we go to the moon, we'll do it in phases. So what we'll do is I'll launch the power unit. The power unit will go in the belly of this, and that will be a fuel tank and engines, essentially, and a docking port. That will go up in orbit. And then the power unit will connect to a control station, and that station will control it. And then you can hook on a small space station that will go in the moon's orbit. And so you'll fly that off to the moon, and you'll just attach the station. Station will stay in orbit of the moon. Then the power unit and the control unit come back. And then you will send up the lander. The lander will now attach to that system, and the lander will then be pushed out to the moon. And you'll hook everything up to the space station. The lander goes down, lands, comes back up, attaches, and then the power unit and the control unit come back. And so that's how I kind of like to do it. All right, let's go to maneuver node here. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go infinite fuel off. Okay. All right, we got a pretty short burn, 609 meters per second, and we need to burn at 265, so. I'm going to say, why my engine's not turned on? So we're using a little more than a third, a little less than half of our fuel. All right, right there. All right, we're going to go prograde. If I can find it. Prograde. All right, so now we're getting ready to head back. All right, so I need to move some fuel forward. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to pin this. And we'll send that into the front. We're just going to try with that. Right, so our solar panels can be retracted. I should put these in a hotkey. We also have speed brakes on there now, which will help us to slow down once we get slowed enough in the air. So if we overshoot, we can cut that down a little bit. We have more fuel now, so I'm going to go ahead and switch the engines out to air breathing mode. How much liquid? So we have 2,900 units of liquid fuel. So now we have tons of liquid fuel. So we could fly for a long time. So this is better setup than it was last time. All right, we're going to just accelerating time until we get down in the atmosphere. And so you should see the space station going over the top there. So the other thing, too, is I'll build a small shuttle just for moving crew and small parts and components. This one is, mainly for bringing, space station parts up. All right, let's get rid of, we don't want to be time warped for this. So we want to go with prograde pretty much on this. You could do stability assist and go to the top of prograde and put more of the heating on the belly, but we don't really need to. And so this just keeps us going straight in the way we want to. And then I'll switch to stability assist and I'll steer a little bit once we start heating. That's going to increase the drag, slow us down faster, and then we'll lose that heating. So we're starting to heat, not too bad yet. All right, so now I'm going to start pitching up, and it's going to add some oscillation. That's going to add a lot of drag, and you'll see that our speed is dropping faster, which is cutting the friction down. All right, so now it can go to stability assist. And all that's going to do is try to stabilize it. I'm not keeping prograde anymore. And I'm going to start to roll us and pitch us, which is going to help slow us down really fast. Okay, there we go. All right, good. So trying to glide as much as I can in here. When I had trajectories mod, it was much easier. It would show me where I'm going to land. And so all you have to do is put that on the runway, and you pretty much can glide in. I do have the dot on there. See that red dot? That's not as accurate. That's from engineer. Because I am flying, so. Still going 800 knots at the moment, so. So I'm kind of looking at the runway. As long as I kind of aim at the runway at this point, should be looking pretty good. It's right about there. That big dot's showing us where we're going. Don't need it. All right, so we're going to start to lower the nose. I need to hook my joystick up. It's so much easier for me to fly with my joystick and thrust lever. I keep hitting yaw instead of roll because I got to get these keybinds fixed, and I'll hook up my joystick. So we've got a bunch of extra tools. Okay, so see I'm in orbit. This screwed me last time. Surface is what I want because there's no way we're going that fast. So we're going 162 meters per second. So it's about the slowest we can go is 60, which is about 120 knots. Right now we're going about 300 knots. So we're looking good. I'm going to try, my engines are on, but they're not thrusting, so I'm going to try to glide us in there if I can. Need to come up a little on the nose to get that to work. So much better. If you noticed last time we only had about, we had like 162 liters of liquid fuel, and we had plenty of oxidizer we didn't need. All right, so right now we're gliding. So I haven't touched the thrust yet, so we should be able to make this in on a glide. I've got them on, though, in case I need them. So I'd like to glide it in if I can. Looks like I might be able to glide this sucker in here. Yeah, I think I'm going to be able to glide it in. All right, there we go. All right, we're in. Nice. So that's glided, never touched the thrust. So. And one of the reasons is, so my favorite thing to do is straddle launchers. So I make an airplane that goes very fast, and you put the shuttle on top of the airplane, and then the shuttle detaches So the shuttle just has rockets on it, and sometimes I put some jets on there in case I need to go the last little distance. But we're able to glide back in here. All right, very good. So that was good. So good, good, good. So I haven't. See, let me see. I'm just checking chat. Yes, I could have donated. So like that was 2,500 liters of fuel there. I could have given some more oxidizer, as well. Yep. So that's going to be very fuel efficient too to do that. So very nice. Oh shit, I gotta get moving. All right, guys. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks Matt. Thanks Owl. Good to see everybody. Nick. Yeah, this has been fun. I'm gonna go ahead and let's save. Let's see. What are we talking? 613. All right, let's save. So what? Oh, I gotta do underscores. I forgot underscores. All right. All right. Thanks, guys. We'll see you in the next one.